Bet you thought I brought the piano all the way into the kitchen. Well, maybe a future goal. Maybe a future goal here. Is this the best time to stream for me? Absolutely not. But I've got some grapes and an idea, so why not go at it? How are we doing now? Inverse, what are you talking about? I've been streaming about 8 or something. When was the last couple times I streamed? 8? Oh man, 7 on the dot. Sticks, giant buns, Morty here at the beginning. What a sight that is. What a spectacle. We're getting a beginning screen Morty. Sticks, where are you getting that from? Who's this lesbian? What are you talking about? Where do you get lesbian from? Say, Sack, put your glasses on. I suggest you get those glasses on, man. I know, but it won't be long. It won't be long, Humol. Won't be long because this is a horrible time for me to stream. I've got everything else I need to do, but grapes go bad. Grapes go bad, and we can't let that kind of moment go to waste. Can't let this, can't let the fruit of the moment go to the waste, you know? But I suggest we get to it. The idea for this all started when, picked me up some of this. I don't think I've ever bought Welch's grape fruit spread before. I don't know why they're so afraid to call things jam or jelly. I don't know why it always has to be fruit spread. Like we're not gonna know how to use this if they call it jam or preserves. No, it almost has to be like an instruction within the title. Fruit spread. Okay, so pick this stuff up, and it was quite nostalgic. I'm sure I've had this before, but had the idea since I got a multitude of grapes here, more grapes than I usually have. Why not see what we can do? Why not see what we can do to not step up to Welch's, but you know, to see what us common folks can do at home. Let's see if we need Welch's with their all natural, no high fructose corn syrup in this product. Oh, can you believe it? Can you believe we're not putting this high fructose corn syrup in this one? Even though we put it in all our other stuff. But can you believe? You proud of us? We're finally not putting junk in it for once. Well, I'm not here to make pretenses. All that's going into this: grapes, sugar, and a little bit of science here. No, SatCon, actually, for once, SatCon was deciding to be the smarter between the two of us and dedicate this time for studying for finals, which I have been doing all day. And this ain't too significant of a dent on my day. Or, well, actually, I won't say that now because... Can you predict? Is anything about these streams predictable? This one especially because if you got an idea of what my process is going to be, I can't tell you, because I have no clue what I'm doing. I have no clue what I'm doing. I've never made grape jam. I've never made jam of any sort. So we're just going to be jumping right in, winging it. What are the other ingredients? Well, I was pleasantly surprised to see that this one only has 4 ingredients. So we're gonna, try our best to do a little similar workaround. Absolutely winging it here. Don't be looking for a plan. Do I look like the kind of guy with a plan? Ah, sticks hitting me right over the head already. I should have come prepared. Man. When you got sticks coming prepared to the stream with these things. Man, gotta put that on my to-do list. Step up my game with the... keep up with sticks. For toasted bread, do you prefer grape or strawberry jelly? So, you're thankful that my brain works in such a way that it was able to compute what you meant by that? And I'm still not 100% sure I'm right. I assume you mean on the toasted bread of a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, as in toasted bread being the only correct application for it, which is how I roll. Can't roll any other way. Do I prefer grape or strawberry? Well, funny thing, I was about to get into that. So, from about the age of, I can't even remember. I was been a little bit afraid of peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. That's right, been a little bit afraid of them because I remember them never being good. I remember just not having it. I was not having it, at the age where that should be my favorite thing to eat. I was just not, I was just never having it. And I found out that was because, I actually found out one day when I've had one at this restaurant, because yeah, I got a peanut butter and jelly sandwich at a restaurant one time. Don't ask me why, I can't even remember. I think I was 7. And it was the best that I had ever had in my life, because they toasted the bread and they used fig jam. That was it for me. And so last year I kind of revisited it with that exact method, and it wasn't bad. It wasn't bad. I had it for breakfast a couple times, then quickly lost interest. And just recently I've been looking through this guy's channel, the guy who makes on YouTube, does his shorts where he makes celebrities' favorite sandwiches. And Whitney Houston's favorite sandwich apparently was one with a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, toasted bread, with specifically Welch's grape jelly. She could apparently tell a difference, and requested that it only be specifically Welch's. So hence why I picked this up. And you know, it just looked appealing to me. It brought back kind of nostalgia that that I didn't get to have. So it's like a what do you call that? A placebo nostalgia? I don't know. But I decided to try it, and I actually liked it. So my fear of peanut butter and jelly sandwiches has been lifted. And I was specifically against using grape jelly for it. Thought something like fig was the only appropriate one, but apparently it might just have to be Welch's. But yeah, I think I'll go grape over strawberry. Does Welch's make strawberry? Let's see. I don't know. Oh, because you actually, in fact, can ping Sam Gloves on Discord. Sam Gloves has got the Discord ping update. How about it? I mean, toast? Oh, okay, you mean... Okay. I see. In that case, I'm not sure. I haven't had jam on toast in a long time. I got burnt out of that. Used to love it, got burnt out. Now, if I ever have toast, it's usually with something, usually with eggs, or a lot of things can go well with toast. Rarely eat toast with anything on it, but if it is, it's honey and cinnamon. Always honey and cinnamon. Something just popped out behind the corner. Am I going to find out what that was? Best not to find out. That might be the safe move. All right. Ain't that a luscious payload? What kind of grapes are these? These are red seedless grapes. I remember these. Well, first we need to test. Are these good? Because I don't, I'm not the biggest fan of grapes. Honestly, I don't buy grapes a whole lot because the grapes you find in the stores most often are just, a lot of the time, a letdown. They are a real letdown most of the time. And that is because of the strive for seedlessness. These do have seeds in them, but they're tiny. For some reason, we're scared of seedless grapes so much that we are willing to reduce the quality. Just bring down the quality so much of grapes. Have them lose their sweetness and any kind of strength and flavor, just so we can't have seeds. If you ever wonder why these don't taste like this, because they don't use seedless grapes. They take the seeds out of seeded grapes, which actually have flavor, which actually taste like grape jam or grape candy. Real grapes. Not... Remember the last bag of these I got were good. They were passable for me. So let's see. Just not it. Just not it. Kind of bland. kind of bland. But I hope to elevate these grapes with this process. How about we get to cooking? Yeah, the thing is, eggs have, throughout my life, eggs have been like that one just rotten relationship that you just can't get away from. You know, it always has to keep coming back around, even though you're incompatible. Eggs have been like that for me my whole life. That's why I've refrained from dating anyone. But eggs and I have finally come to a good agreement where we can actually, coexist without leaving each other at the table. And that is, I always have to have something with eggs. That's it. Whether it's toast, or fries, or bacon, anything that you can have with eggs. Hey, I forgot that I was out of fries this morning, and so I just dumped some tortilla chips on my eggs, and that was good. That worked. That's the only way I can have eggs. Eggs by themselves, for me, I don't know what it is, but always at the inclined to reject. I'm always inclined to reject, but as long as something else is there, it's no problem. And I haven't had a problem with eggs, and well, I best not even think of the last time. Yep, GM, exactly. A lot of people seem to underestimate what GMO exactly is. They think, oh, well, I buy grapes, I buy apples from the store. They can't be GMO. They're organic. Look, organic. They can't be GMO. The GMO is some kind of chemical altering process. They can't. What I buy is not GMO. No, GMO is a term that encompasses a lot of what they do to your produce. The produce that you buy and you consume every day. Just like these. They got to do something so they don't grow with seeds. God gave seeds to grapes. What came, the age-old question should actually be, what came first, the seed or the grape? Because that's how God made them. And he made us to be able to tolerate seeds. He gave us teeth, you see, that can withstand seeds, and stomachs that can digest seeds. So we have no problem with them. Yeah, you have to do something to alter the God-given formula. Just like that, just how your apples can be round and not discolored. They can be red all around, maybe a little bit of yellow on the side, so they can be shiny. Actually, you know why apples are shiny? Because they put some kind of beetle secretion on the outside to make this like a waxy, shiny finish. You can look that up. On your apples, you're eating beetle sweat. That's what makes apples shiny. Some of the best apples I've ever had are the ones that look bad. They don't look bad to me because I know true apples are not shiny. They're a little bit bumpy. And they're darker. And they have dark spots. I remember one time, this was one time on Halloween, there was, when I used to, go out trick-or-treating around there's always that one neighbor whose house you avoid gets that apples, right? Well, no, this one neighbor of mine, one time gave me an apple. It did not look good. It was large. It was large. It was a green that I had not ever seen before. Again, bumpy with dark spots, not shiny, kind of rough. It was a rough apple. And she grew it on her tree out there. She used to have an apple tree. I think she cut it down a while ago because it was giving her some problems. I don't think it was producing any fruit. But one of the last apples that she got from that tree, she gave to me. And it was the best apple I have ever had. Without a doubt. This thing, right when I had that apple, I realized what apples are supposed to be. You know, there's something that comes from the earth. They're not something that looks like that came from an art studio. Not the way it's supposed to be. Not the way it's supposed to be. We shouldn't be striving for what looks pretty, you know? Because this apple, out of all the candy and everything I got that night, this apple was the diamond in the rough. Which is now what I'm going to name my future farm. Diamond in the Rough Farms. Sausage, yeah. Cheese. Okay, now cheese on my eggs. That's something I'm gonna have to warm up to. That ain't within my radar, just yet at least. Gave his weaker teeth. You know, surprisingly, I have no cracked teeth. I have never, out of all the things I've done, it's surprising that, for one, I have only potentially broken or fractured a bone once, and that I have all of my teeth. And look here, and here's someone born after the year 2000 who still has all his teeth, who has not had any wisdom tooth problems, has accidentally bit down on cherry pits, my own tooth once that came out as I was eating, and has had more hits and falls to the mouth than I could remember. I still have all my teeth. They're in near pristine condition. Diamond in the Rough is an Aladdin reference. What are you trying to be this community's Justin Platt? Or are you trying to be the ChatGPT stand-in? It's for an eggless omelet? I've seen those bottles in the store of like vegan egg slop. It looks like one of the worst things you could ever eat. Maybe that's what she was talking about. Where am I going? Off to find someone who can stomp these grapes for me? Maybe? That's one thing I didn't... Like I said, I'm winging it here. I have no plan. I have no clue what I'm doing here. I did not account for that I'd... How are we gonna get these to this? I didn't account for needing a stomper. Well, how am I going to work around that? Any volunteers? I guess. I'll be right back, see if anyone signs up. SatCon? Why are you even bringing that up? No. What are you talking about? It can't be a man. Men never... There's a reason they were never given that job. No. What are you thinking? What are you talking about? Should have tried to reach out to the Grape Lady. Y'all remember the Grape Lady?
The gold days of Grubhub Plus are upon us, but with great deals come gold diggers.
That's a big bag, Gary. Is it filled with grapes? What kind of grapes? These are filled with... Oh, no! What a fun, a whole day. Stop! Oh, no! I can't breathe. Stop.
Oh no. I think he might actually be hurt. Oh, I think she is. She took a hard fall off that platform. Oh, I should have contacted the Grape Lady. Called her up, see if she can get over here and try to redeem herself. Casey, do you know where I can find the Grape Lady? Do you know? I think if anyone would know, it'd be you. Where the Grape Lady's at? Oh. Made me just think of something. The dono link slipped my mind again. So if anyone wants to tip me the Grape Lady's number, sure can. Well, yeah, I sure would, Mikey. I mean, why not? After that, of course, I need to be kind of that kind of celebrity. Might be our only option. Might be our only option. This seems incredibly wrong. One, to not have a designated grape stomper to do this job, but also to use a pestle outside of a mortar. But for the sake of time and unpreparedness, will have to suffice. Do I even need to stop the crush? I might not. You know, actually, I'm not even going to do that. I'm going to do these cranberry sauce style, actually. But I'm going to get everything else in first. Here it be. Just have to find the right bucket. Probably thinking of asking me, so Monster, how much sugar are you supposed to put in this? I don't know. But I'm guessing not a pretty amount. What do you think? Don't mind that. One of the ingredients in here is lemon juice. Ain't got lemon juice, but we got lime. These limes ain't the juicy kind. They're giving us difficulty. Really, Mikey? Well, always glad that I can inspire some inspiration in people who've never even visited my stream. Oh, it appears someone has yapped at me. I haven't seen who it is. Maybe it's Satcon. But I see a big red number 1. Just as we all know, big red is number 1. Actually, I'm just going to put this whole lime in here. Why not? Lime's a little. When life gives you limes, life is sublime. I have actually, along the road here, there were 2 spots in which there were grapevines that grew. I knew it was Satcon. Or maybe that first one wasn't him, but I just got the ping. He is in the vicinity. The airwave vicinity. But yeah, they're all, yeah, there were some vines growing alongside the side of the road. Those have since dried up. I picked some grapes from there, and they were little grapes. I picked some little ones from there. That was, I can't even remember how many years ago that was, but it was a long time ago. Then in 2020, at one of the trails at the nearby state park, there was a grapevine, a gigantic grapevine, that in the fall produced just an abundance of grapes, and nobody even took notice of them. They weren't, obviously, these grapes are also something they do is to make these grapes bigger. Real grapes with seeds are actually smaller. Because usually, it goes without saying that smaller something is, usually has more juice in it. Just like tangerines compared to Valencias and others. But yeah, no, they were sizable grapes, and nobody took notice of them. And I just picked the whole thing clean. I got a rake, and I brought down the whole vine, and I just picked all of them. And since then, no grapes have grown. I only noticed it that one year, and they have yet to come back. Not sure how that works. Anyway, we're going to see who's yapping at me. Satcon yapped at me at least twice. Did the same thing that I did in the past. I just sent the stream to someone, and I tried to, but then accidentally sent the donate link instead, and so looks like I'm just telling them to donate to some random thing. Yes, Dix, I can tell you who that is. It's me. That's who you have to, No, I got 3 pings. One of them is just a ghost ping. But this is what we have from SatCon. Aw. Why are you scared to eat blackberries? Why would you ever be scared to eat blackberries? Blackberries are one of this earth's best substances. Hey, Universe, you can ask Postmates that. Remember that? I wish I didn't. What am I doing? I have a feeling we're going to need some liquid, but maybe not. I'm just going to, you know what? We're just going to start heating. We're just going to start heating. You should have checked. You should have had your friend eat them. Just like get a friend of yours to eat them. Test them out. That's how that always works. Well, Mikey, you clearly didn't grow up out here. Out here, it's different. Out here, you are raised eating stuff off wild plants. And you know what you shouldn't. You know what you shouldn't get. Be able to tell with your eyes. Not just your gut. Oh, by the way, are limes more sour than lemons? Reel me that one. Reel me that one. Are limes more sour than lemons? Okay, I'm like, but you did grow up near the fields. Ain't saying that's the same thing, but I think you'd have some similar experiences over yonder. Limes are worse. That's first. Limes are worse is definitely first. So I'm hearing that. Yeah, man, originally planned on streaming yesterday, but you know, maybe it just had to be. Good seeing you here again, Alex. How's life been treating you? Shame, Mike. I have yet to find anyone who has who would pass up that opportunity. If someone passes that up, I just don't believe them. Something's been bothering them that day. I made protein shakes. I got this powder I like. It's called Spirutine. And usually I just have that shaken up with some kind of milk. Actually, most of the time plant-based milk, which is not real milk, but I find is sometimes better to drink, actually. It's been my experience that fake milk is better to drink, but real milk's better to use. I could not even begin to... Well, no, probably 2009 was the last time I drank real milk. But yeah. That's the powder I like. Rainy Saturday. Yeah, it's been a little rainy around here, but it's been clearing up. It's been clearing up, but temp's been going down. But it was it's been around the afternoon. It was 41 degrees outside, and I love it. I love it. We get be getting sunshine, and 41 degree weather. That is my kind of climate. Maybe I need a lid for this. Where's the lid? Someone did something with my lid. Oh. Isn't that funny? It's right where it should be. Low 60s there. I can imagine they're out there with, I mean, I don't know what section of the state you're in, but I can imagine that. I've never encountered bad weather when I've been out in that region. I've only been to your state. Yeah, Alex, I didn't tell you. I was in your state back in March, only for a couple hours, but I was there. On my way to Florida. Took the train over there, and stopped there and waited for a transfer train. And got to get to the Captain D's, so you know, that's one other trip to the South complete. Anyway, I was mentioning limes earlier because... Alright. Any one of you can feel free to send this in to the brothers next time they stream. Right? Got a whole board. Lime rinds. I can't imagine who would ever think of throwing these away. There's a refreshingness. There is a refreshingness. that you can't really get anywhere else besides with these. Morty, you're saying that like you've got some plans, or you're wanting to make some plans. That's your way of saying you're finally gonna haul on over here? Yeah, it's starting to smell good. I think maybe about time to set up the scientific part of this project. Probably by reading the instructions first. Huh. Actually has a jam recipe on the back here. If only I knew. If only I knew. Okay. Good to know. So, get some more sugar here. We're going to mix in the essential ingredient, pectin. Cannot have nice things without it. Assuming you're supposed to have the whole thing. Since this is not a resealable package. There's our pectin. Smells kind of like dried couscous. This is, of course, what's going to be the trick to get this thing to set. Gel. Inverse, what have you seen? What have you documented the last time you've taken that trip? You think I'd let you get lost in the woods? And there's any chance of you missing out on a good old church experience? Think there's any chance of that? I would let that happen? Or do you underestimate me as a teacher? Is that what you saw? Is that when you saw when you did that? Inverse? One thing I am going to do is I'm going to dissolve all of this. Because ideally I wanted to use liquid pectin, but I thought this would be just as good as long as I made liquid pectin out of it. Pectin you gotta be careful with, because I remember the first and only time that my mom ever made jams. I've always loved jam, always loved jelly. I've always thought it to be one of the best, some of the best substances on earth. One time, she made some herself. It smelled so good. It looked so good. Looked like it was right out of the jar. It was nice and hot, and so I just dug into it, and saw this little white chunk in there. And I said, "Mom, what's this?" She said, "Oh, that's just a clump of undissolved pectin. It's kind of gelled up pectin." I said, "Oh, well, I know pectins, commonly used in these kind of things. It shouldn't be a problem." And it was in my spoon. I took a bite of it. To this day, it haunts me. To this very day, it haunts me. It is single-handedly up there in the top 3 to 4 worst tasting things I've ever experienced. I cannot do it any justice trying to describe to you what the taste was like. It was like nothing else that I can compare it to. Absolutely nothing else. It did not taste like anything. Nothing else tastes like it. It's just one of those things that triggers my gag reflex if I think too hard about it. But yeah, it was when I was, 6 years old? And yeah, that's going to be a core memory. That is going to be a core memory. So I am going to take caution with this. Got some water in here. Yep, it's setting up like the Blob already. Actually, kind of like a dough. Real sugary dough. Yeah, I think we're definitely gonna need more water. Again, just another reminder that I have no clue what I'm doing. Yes, this stuff has almost become hydrophobic. It's like it's resistant to the water that's in it. Okay, well, I was hoping this would turn into a liquid clear blob of sorts. But yeah, sure is a blob, all right. Yeah, actually, liquid nitrogen is quite handy tool for making ice cream. Quick ice cream, I might add. Got ice cream that melts. Don't want to try to hope it gets back to its original consistency in the freezer. Just throw in some liquid nitrogen in your stand mixer. Asking about me with the table. I'd like to know when you're going to touch that tuna casserole of yours, young man. It's been at the table for 30 minutes. Just keep staring at it. You won't get no dessert till you clean off your plate, man. Remember them kids starved in Africa. Alright, so we got some good blistering going on. A lot like making good cranberry sauce. see it, but got some red, some wine colored liquid in here. Yep, there it is. I can look at that. In fact, I am not. Actually, I don't know. I've never had tuna before. And yes, that is a 100% true statement. I have never had tuna. But if I give you tuna, better chow down or it's going to get cold. I need to add all of this? I need to add all this in here? So I feel like this is like... It was going to be like 50%. Looks like we have more pectin than we do grape in here. I believe you. I believe you, man. But I've always been more of a sardine guy. More of an anchovy guy. More of a kipper guy. Sharonverse, I'm not sure where yours comes from, but if not, I'd seek some help for that. I'm gonna say I knew it. Screenshotting that before he deletes it. Yeah, Morty, I saw from all the way back here. I saw the word Solomon. You've become too accustomed to you, Morty. Like we're able to spot these things before we read your message. We know these things before we go into reading your messages like they might be normal. Hope your grapes turn out fine. I think I see what he was trying to do there. If anyone else knows, you can let me know. Alright, but finest of nights, Monkey. Finest of nights. God bless you, brother. Oh man, that's what I should have for dinner. That's what I should have been having for dinner. Scrambled salmon with some Salbuary steak on the side. Man, that might be my next cooking stream. Man, what a meal. What a meal. That's the dinner of champions right there. think I'm gonna have to. Now I'm gonna have to do a little mashing of those grapes before I put this thing in. Okay. Yep. Appears it is time. I still don't like the look of this. I think gel's the best we're gonna get. These have produced a ton more juice than I thought they would. And by the way, we are not making jelly. We are not making jelly tonight. It's gonna be jam. I don't know if I've ever seen grape jam before, but this might be the first. Might be the first grape jam. Or, you know what? Regardless if it's jam, jelly, or what, it's still going to be fruit spread. Still going to classify as fruit spread, so we're good. We are all good. All clear. I'd call this a mash more than anything. But I don't know about you, but that's looking good. That's looking good to me. Need I clarify the jam and jelly difference to you all? Like you all are in junior high. Yeah. This is not to my liking. This mixture, but this just might be what we have to deal with. Actually, I'm gonna add one more load of water into this. And beyond that, I think I might have to just bite the bullet. Bite the bullet and do it. Yeah, Morty, you've been reading up on your Song of Solomon? Yeah, Morty, how about you try adding cinnamon to your nearest grape jelly? See how that, remind me, update me with how that turns out. The shirt. The shirt? What do you mean shirt? More than a shirt, better than a shirt. Integral piece of the lore. Of the Sir Munster lore. Yeah, my favorite apron from when I was, what, 6 years old? No, it's amazing today. It's become a staple. It's been requested every time. I cannot do a cook and stream without it. I'm alright. Alright. It just wasn't on all the way. And your nurse. Oh, actually hit me with a serious question for the first time in the night. Man, I'm gonna have to re-scramble my brain to think about something rather than something Morty said. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to get back to you on that. That's something I have not thought about before. I mean, I don't have any up. Maybe I should. But I believe I have a sweatshirt that has something from Isaiah on it. But I'll get back to you on that. Yeah, could you ever imagine that? Ever imagine I'd be lifting my crotch flap on stream before? Morty, if you tell me that you have added cinnamon to anything grape related and you've had a good outcome. No, actually, I have. I actually have before then. I've done it with glug. But glug is glug. This is not that. Nothing else besides glug is glug. Man, I want some glug now. But glug is out of the question. I'm gonna do what I'm not wanting to do and add this paste. I should have just bought liquid pectin. But I had this. I already had this on hand. Good thing we're boiling over here. Good thing we are boiling. Turn that up. Almost took. I'm having to refigure my brain to refit itself to respond to other sorts of comments. Hook, I hope you don't know that from experience. I hope you don't know that from experience, man. Not sure if you're talking about a man or a woman there, but I don't think it matters. I actually don't think it matters. How much you... I'm gonna put all this in here? Oh, proper amount of pectin powder. No idea what a proper amount of this stuff is, but I've got a whole blob of it. Add some table to that. Can I add some toadstools instead? I feel like that might be a little bit better. Let's get some on the side here. I don't have any molten pectin dripping down. Looks like I need some more table. There's table grapes in here. Come on, man. How can you get more table than that? So, I don't know if this is going to be... if we're going to be seeing any thickening results as this thing is boiling. Actually, no, I think it's supposed to... we're going to see those results when it cools. So, you know what? We'll see. We'll just see what we've got here so far. Okay, so you're not telling me to flip the signal, are you? Because earlier today I did update all of my screen, all alternate screens on my laptop, so they all work. So we can have things like and of course the new edition 2020 monster. What kind of question is that? A genuine one. You're really telling me to do it. You are really telling me to do it. You're asking for it? This is a code, Casey? Is this what you're informing me of? That's right, Sticks. Its own state. Just its own state alone. Sweden catches your eye. I think you might be the first and only person in the world who has ever said that. I've never seen that phrase or even a similar one before. Ever uttered by anybody. These instructions again. Okay, what? Okay, what? I'm gonna read this to you and then I'm gonna show you this to prove that this is actually what I'm reading. Fill jars to a quarter of the top. Wipe rims clean, screw on DV slids. Put filled jars in boiling water to cover. Boil 10 minutes. Add 1 minute for every 1,000 feet above sea level. Which means Paris, oh my. Paris, Sweden. Yeah, my dream vacation. Or Morty, is that your way of saying you just want to go to the Eiffel Tower with sticks? Because I must say, that's, I find that a little bit of an odd way to, bit odd of an invite. Okay, that actually might be the funniest thing Morty's ever said. That might be funnier than Scramble, than a Doot beer. Even funnier than Scrambled Salmon. I think we can put that in the record. I think that we can put that in the new Morty record. Oh, screenshot this. Oh yeah. Change your answer. Change your answer real quick. It's France. Meant to say France. Meant to say France. I'm good. I'm not crazy. Just meant to say France. No problem. Just had a little brain scramble for a second. Meant to say France. I know my geography. Oh, Casey, I think you might be a little bit too late, man. I'm not sure Britt's still here. Britt, if you're in the shadows, come on out. Your boy's here. That might be the wisest move you have ever done, Morty. Finally taking cues. Morty finally taking cues. Morty, stay. Don't leave, hun. I was thinking of that earlier today. Don't leave, hun. I feel like we're supposed to see results when it cools. We're supposed to thicken. Add more of that. I don't know. I'm putting it back on the heat. I'm going back on the heat. And we're adding more pectin. One good thing is, it looks like it is, the pectin looks like it is dissolving. Looks like it is thickening. Looks like the bubbles are a little bit harder of a time breaking through. Hungry already. Got no more lime rinds. No, you ain't falling in. We're not gonna have to have a spoon rescue and burn my fingers in the process. Okay, hold on. I think we're getting some stickage to the bottom of the pot. Don't want that. It's looking like it's foaming up. No, Morty, that's not it. It's Philadelphia. What are you talking about, man? She just gave you the best hit in the world. And you... It's right there. You had it all right there. You had it all right there in the palm of your hand, Morty. Then you go on and say... Stockholm. Yeah, that's the other cold place, right? Alaska? I know Alaska is supposed to be cold, so that's probably Sweden capital. Probably the capital of cold places. That is not what we want. Huh. Down a pecked and chunk in here. Okay, we are starting to thicken up here. Well, partially. Yeah, this is definitely starting to thicken. Can't really see it, but bubbles are having a tougher time bubbling through. Ah, should have known it was crazy uncle yapping at me. Crazy uncle, if you're watching, thank you, man. This is really what we need. This is what we all need right now. Got a little bit of confusion with this jam, jelly, fruit mash, preserve spread over here. But we all really needed this reminder. Oh, that was very thoughtful. That was so thoughtful of you. My mood is already improved. Morty, I'm not sure what number of hundredth times you've asked me that question. Okay. Okay. Getting some thickness occurring. I think we're getting some. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Thickness is occurring. But no, if you really want to know my thoughts, I mean, I've only been in and out of your mom's house a couple times. And, pretty good experience. Yeah. She made me some carne. She made me some carne while I was there. Which is a plus. Can't say I've experienced that many other places. Do I ever get the double stuffing with your mom? Not yet, but maybe one of these next times. Next time I make my way out there. Okay, this is now beginning to smell candy-like. Yeah. Yeah, no, she, I know that might be surprising at first, but no, she, I think it's customary for her to serve, double the amount of, fajita stuffing. Yeah, sticks. Use that anytime I'm stirring the pot. Anytime you catch me stirring the pot. The side of spread, always. Always. Your mom, the side of spread. Yeah. Thing is, I'm not sure how much more thickening is going to do after it cools. But look at this. Oh, that's starting to smell. That is actually starting to smell like grape candy. How about that? Jack's haircut. He looks exactly like Michael Jackson in 1995, the year he was born. But no, yeah, that is a look. That is a look. But I always think, I mean, I think it's inevitable. He's eventually going to have to. He's just going to have to go back to Frank and Jack. I think Frank and Jack may be inevitable. Oh yeah, and he's giving me the mic. Put me on the spot. I have the stage. He's giving me the mic on my own stage. Oh, how flattering. Yeah, we're starting to get sludgy here. Fruit fibers are starting to break down. Yeah, he's completing that Chinaman look. Chinaman looks even more legitimized. All he needs to do now is just shave his mustache, and there he goes. There he is. For his new job, he can maybe start at that spa place he used to talk about. With the older Asian lady who only knew 2 words. Oh yeah, look at these geysers, these steam geysers getting out of here. Look at this. I have to burn my laptop. But... Forget to add the cinnamon. What are you talking about? Cinnamon. Don't forget the cinnamon. Cloves and spice will make it nice. Don't forget the cinnamon. Is that what we're talking about? Hey, you said exactly what was on my mind, Sasek. I guess it's just getting good now. John Buns, you know about the... Do you know what Morty's talking about? Cinnamon? Give us some clarity over here. Let's take this off the heat. See, it's gonna be getting any more thicker as we do some cooling. That is smelling good. What do we think? Should I add the rest of this? Pectin gloop here, or is it cooling time? It's going to be getting thicker as it's cooling. What do you think? This consistency. Yeah, I have a feeling it's going to be solidifying nicely when we cool it. Which we will be doing very shortly. this stuff is sticky. It's tacky. So hot the jar just shatters. And the molten fruit gloop here. What, Morty? What did she say? Sterilize that jar? Why would I not sterilize the jar? Are you making a Jarman reference? I hope you're not. This is already starting to gel up real nicely. Okay, I thought you were making some kind of vague Jarman reference. I was gonna be a little worried about you. And before you use them for preservatives. Sticks. You're having a little Morty moment there. I think you mean to say preserves. Preservatives are the preservatives are the additives. Oh, that's funny. That is funny. Okay. This is the hottest jar ever handled. Just a little off the side. Let's see. Looks like a jar of chutney. Looks like chutney, and I think that's a combination of the yellowish flesh of the grapes, a little bit of their skin, and the kind of cooked down sugar. Let's see. Wait a minute, why did I just get a little bit of Peeps flavor in here? That is one of the last things I was expecting. This kind of tastes like Peeps. I have no idea how that's possible. I don't know what goes into Peeps. This tastes like Peeps. Mind you, I have not had a Peep. Oh, maybe since 2009 or before then, but I used to love them. This just brought back the unmistakable flavor of Peeps. What, you all don't know about Peeps over there? Sticks. I'm sure you all have something that's probably the same thing, but it's called something different. No, not peepsbrand.com. I ain't trying to buy Peeps. No, I don't want to go on Target.com. No, get away from me, Target. These. Well, I almost just doxed my friend's first and last name because he just texted me right now. And that came through as I was showing that. Those things, you ever seen these? I'm sure they're all over Europe, but they're, not that brand. I thought... I would have thought that they would have... That's a big enough brand that they would be common outside of the States, but maybe not. I'm sure Europe has a bunch of versions of them that came before Peeps. Yeah, I'd say so. I'd say so, Giant Buns. Well, like I said, I'm sure. I mean, I'm sure they come from some kind of thing in Europe. I'm sure Europe's been doing basically that for a long time, but I'm sure they're not called Peeps. But for some reason, this has brought back the unmistakable flavor. I haven't had one since like, I don't know, I was maybe 3 years old, 4 years old maybe. But this brought back the unmistakable flavor of Peeps. This kind of reminds me of when, like, this kind of flavor nostalgia that hits you from your past. That reminded me, 2 years ago, I got these popsicles that I hadn't had before. And as soon as I tasted it, I went, this is familiar. I have tasted this exact same taste like a long, long time ago. What was it? And I eventually remembered it tastes exactly like these Cars gummy supplements that I used to take when I was, I don't know, 2 and 3. And those popsicles, for some reason, tasted exactly like those. I don't know, what exactly that flavor profile is, but some things just hit you that are completely different from what you tasted originally. But there's these unmistakable things from that have solidified themselves in your childhood. They just come right back. Like styrofoam. Giant Buns, you got something against Peeps. You've got something against something against America's largest bunny product. So you're the first person I've ever heard of who has something against Peeps. I know a guy who loves Peeps, like, more than anyone else I've ever known. Okay. Stuff I'm scraping off the sides here is kind of like fruit leather. Yeah, but this mixture of grapes, lime juice, sugar, and pectin created something that tastes almost exactly like Peeps. Or not even almost exactly. Exactly like Peeps. Texture is squeaky. What? I remember them being the texture of like marshmallow fluff, but like a more solidified marshmallow fluff. Like, I always consider them to be like spongy marshmallows. Squeaky. Not sure I've ever eaten a squeaky Peep before. Hey, that might be a future cooking stream. Attempting to make peeps. And, I don't know. Maybe we can send some to you. Let's try. See if you can finally get you to, like peeps. Non-synthetic peeps. Oh, I don't know if you can see, but yeah, you can see that space in between there. Here, yeah, you see that space in between there. If I tilt this upside down, this stuff does not move. Like, if you can see the bubbles in here, they do not move. This stuff, wow. I was a little bit concerned about not getting it thick enough. And it being more like a compote than a jam, but and yes, I did just do some one-handed trickery with a full jar. Yeah, this stuff is completely stationary. Whereas this stuff, our Welch's over here, let's see. Yep, look, that just got filled up. Yep, see? It's kind of like the texture we had earlier before we put it in the jar. I have a feeling these are going to be drastically different. But which one might be better? Actually, I'll stick this in the refrigerator. I'm going to stick this one in the freezer. Not to freeze it, obviously, but just to cool it down. And no, this is not too hot to put in the freezer. If anyone's concerned about that. Oh, that was a real experience. Got a spaghetti squash over there. Keep thinking it's a melon. Getting excited. Then I remind myself that you can make spaghetti squash pasta. But while we wait, don't tell me you all did not see it coming. Another one of my bad ideas. Should have tried this off screen. Wet hand. Usually, doesn't take me more than one try to open the pear jar. I had an excuse with this one because got a ring of sugar around it. Yep, Sticks. Your clock does not deceive you. I have no clue. It's a good idea, but I had some limes out. I love lime most of the time, so we're just experimenting here. Got a whole nother big bottle of pear, whatever that is, and syrup, and vanilla. To just pretend this never happened. This could be terrible, but we're going to find out. Cheers. Skull. Sorry, drinking with one hand. Yeehaw. Ice bar. Cardinal. Giddy up. And all the other ones. Bad it is not. It's a good balance. There's a good balance of flavors. I did not know how well the lime is going to fare well with this or this. But this is actually very refreshing. Yeah, there it is. Needed that. I also need to do message that friend of mine about tomorrow. He's trying to make plans. Oh man, I was just about to message my friend by telling him what another friend of mine had said, and I accidentally just typed that friend's name. I'm not, haven't had enough of that to be making these kind of mistakes already. That was funny though. I kind of wish that had gone through. I didn't catch myself before I sent that. See how our cooling is doing. Stuff has not cooled one bit. It doesn't have to be completely cool. Just want it to be similar experience because we're going to taste test it right alongside the Welch's. Where it sticks in your heart, my God. She'll always be there. It's time we maybe retire that for the night. Casey been MIA? No, he's been here. He's been here this whole time. Well, I mean, there is a way we can get him back. See if he's just giving you the silent treatment. There is one way. Surefire way. It works most of the time. But it's always a little bit hard on the guy. Not sure we're wanting to take that measure just yet. Is it, well, it hurts some of us more than it hurts him. Although it sure doesn't hurt me, though. See, take the pen. You know the way. You know it. You know the way. The bat signal is what we call it. But not sure we're ready to flip that switch just yet. Really? Really, Choreograph? These your kind of threads? I don't know, they would be. But thank you, man. I like it too. It's my first time ever wearing this shirt. And just the process of figuring out how it's suiting me. It's actually better if you can see the texture. Proves the visual depiction. Yeah, in some way it might be. In some way it might be. Take the pen. But been dressing up lately? I like to see it. I like to see it, my guy. What you been dressing up for? Just yourself? Because that's fine. That's fine if it's fine if you are dressing up for work. You going out dancing at night? But again, if it's just for yourself, that is just as good. Inverse, someday a tall goth girl is gonna spread you into a table. That'd be the dumbest thing I've ever said. You don't work. I thought you were tending the bars. I thought you were doing tending of the bars, or is that just a summer thing when you're out at that cabin? Ripped Pete. Are they ripped? Are they ripped? I didn't even notice that. How did they get ripped? Did he rip them himself on purpose? Did not know how that was going to go over. But, you know, it's out there. Retired? You're retired. Really? Already? I didn't expect you to be retired already. Didn't take you for the retard type. Sold your company. You had a company? How much of a shareholder of this company were you? Well, do you ever expect to get working again? Because I sure am. if you want to, I mean, I'm not going to stop you living out the rest of your life. Retard. Having hard things. Oh. How long were y'all together? Oh, don't tell me you're proposed. Because that can do things to a guy. Oh yeah, definitely can't sit around. Personal sharing time? Personal sharing time. Is that a new kind of term to describe just going and finding yourself? Well, I mean, I don't know. Maybe it was a broken heart in a worse sense. Roommates, more like trailer park mates. Doubt Casey to be his cave. Oh, I thought you said cave taker. Why didn't you type cave taker? It would have made just as much, if not even more sense. Closed valve. I think they call that a mild heart episode. That's what them technicals call it. Yeah, we keep him in a cave. Trailer perched right outside the cave. I can envision that being a fine lifestyle. Six, you join us? Because you'd be welcome. Or else maybe we'd get Jennifer Tifton over. But yeah, heart things, valve things, ain't no joke. No joke. I've known a couple of people, you know, which is, one is way too much, who was having heart troubles, didn't even know it, thought they were perfectly healthy, then they get their heart checked. And one instance, it was almost too late. The other instance, it was. So I never want to go. I'm never in the right mind to go to the doctor. Never on my mind, but it is. Sometimes you do get these kind of wake up calls. Get you seeing sense when you can't make yourself do it. I in all reality should get checked for a multitude of things. When will I? Maybe when y'all dragged my partially conscious body over to the doctor's office. Throw knives, pick and lock. Okay, I've had a little bit of bow experience, just a little bit here and there. Throwing knives. I mean, I feel like I've got that kind of knife throwing spirit, you know. Sometimes, like, you get that urge when you got a knife, you just want to, oh, you just wish you could. So yeah, I've got that's in my heart. But picking a lock, don't know nothing about it. Hey, man, you don't have to clarify that. I mean, like I mentioned before, Coleman, wherever he is in space and time right now. I mean, scooters and flashlights. That's his thing. So no, I understand. We all understand here. We all understand. Hobbies, weird hobbies are not weird around these parts. Right? I think we can all agree that. I think we can all agree on that. Go check the jam. Check our cooling process. Okay, so we got some partial cooling. I think we should go and taste test shortly. After that, I'm gonna have to actually eat something real. Because these last couple weeks at university have not been doing me well in terms of nutrition. Oh, look, now I got the David Hasselhoff cut. Kinda, from this angle. Yeah. Yeah, man, come on out by the lake. Camp out by the lake, man. If there's one thing that we can't not be having, and that's fun. That's one thing we can't be worried about not having is fun. Because we will. It will be. Yeah, Sticks can make the trek on over. Haul it on over from Boston. Ain't that far. Or just hop on Amtrak. Teach me how to cook, like Skyrim me or something. If I knew anything about Skyrim, maybe I'll have Jack fill me in on that. On the knowledge I'm deprived of. But yeah, I mean, don't know nothing about Skyrim. Not saying I can't learn, but there's a thing or two I can teach you. There's certainly a thing or two I can teach you. We can smoke. We can bring a homemade smoker. We can make a smoker right out there. Teach you how to make a homemade smoker. Smoke anything you want. Unfortunately, there ain't no fish that are good to catch in that lake. Their water ain't clean enough for that kind of fish catching. But we'll find something. We will find something. Still thinking that thing I said to Inverse. I don't know if I find it funny or just hilariously dumb. You know, can't buy the lake, exactly. Can't put it any in any better way, you know. Couldn't have said it better myself. Which that little bit of that did cross my mind. Do need to clarify that, you know, get that out of the way. Yeah, see, it's Sticks. I was able to tell. I was able to tell this was a whole cover up. You know, didn't want border control knowing nothing about your whereabouts. Can't hide your accent. Might as well hide your location. Yeah, you're pulling a Colonel Tom Parker. It ain't just Mexicans they're looking out for. Cat drinking a smoothie? Cat drinking a smoothie. There's there a cat drinking a smoothie right here that I'm not seeing? Either that's a problem with me or that's a even bigger problem with you. There we go. Yep. Yep, Sticks, come on over here. She can be helping with Casey's cave taker. I'm sure he'd be good for you. If he wasn't gonna be good for us, he's gonna be a good boy for you. Skyrim cookbook? Apparently they do. Apparently they do. Can hold hands as far as I'm willing to go. That's fine as long as it's in prayer. As long as it's in prayer. Nothing odd about that. Casey, come hang out me dirt band Sticks campfire fun time explosion. Big boom. Yeah, I'm hearing those pings from over there. What do you want me to do? Not tend to the messages I'm getting? I can see before my eyes in real time. Wait, why'd you... Inverse, why'd you... Why'd you give him Justin jammies? Justin jammies and green slip-on slippers? I don't know, man. I'm not sure his head's wide enough. Sure wide up top, but why is it going down? Why is it almond shaped? Why the long face? Can't be long. It's to be astronomical on all sides. But you got the eyes. You got the eyes right. You sure got the eyes. Yeah, give that a 7 out of 10. 7.5 maybe? You know what? For more chill time, Casey. You know, if if I don't mind not getting much sleep, then Morty. But, you know, if I'm going to just be having a chill time, you know, maybe not too many words thrown around. Just be out there, you know, out there with the vibe, you know, might be Casey. You know, man, a few words, but it could be some kind of vibe. Buddy Kang Joel. Is that the Korean discount Billy Joel? Is that when Korean parents say they have Billy Joel at home? Is that what they mean? They got Kang Joel? Why does he look so sad? What kind of question is that? Like it's like some kind of mystery why he's sad? What? He's been rejected from Discord. He's been rejected by all these ladies. He sometimes only gets to see certain ladies of his a few times a week. Things that man has seen, he's older than all of us. He is older than every single one of us here. And you want to ask why he's sad? Come on. Come on now. You know. Let's have some respect for the guy. What mouth? That was actually the perfect one. That actually was the perfect one. He's got kind of that... kind of emu beak. Is that got that kind of emu beak? He sure can. He can teach us how to light fireworks. Tell us all about how he invented fireworks. Jack's hair ain't going anywhere. Again, they're gonna make some kind of taxidermy thing out of it. They're gonna make it into a wig. If they make it into a wig, could I buy the wig and wear it for my Jack impressions? I'll see how much money they're willing to accept for that. Did he really? Did he really go to an Asian barber? There's such a thing as an Asian barber, especially around where he lives. By the way, again, Steven, got another message for you, and this is it. Sold it on eBay. Yeah, that'd only be funny if someone we know buys it. If we were unsure of the origins, I would not be okay with that. No, because Jack's gonna then think I look up to him. Or maybe if I do it just in reverence of his hair, in support of it. So. Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's like that. Sometimes it's like that. It was short enough. But Edson, man, where have you been? Where have you been, my guy? Just fell off the face of the earth, it seems. Haven't seen you around anywhere else. Pop up here out of nowhere. Like nothing happened. Which ain't nothing wrong with. You know, sometimes, you know, the less we see you on here, the better your life's been going, I can tell. That goes for everybody. What would even be better if you came out over here, if you all came over here and we all did a co-stream. Yeah, Inverse. Yeah, you know how that can go. Closest I get to Jack. Well, we all know the closest I get to Jack. And no, the Jack impressions are not over. Just because him cutting his hair does not invalidate any future Jack impressions. He actually sat on this very couch. I remember him sitting on this very couch while we were out there having ice cream, having dessert. He was over, I think he was right here, where I'm sitting, going. Oh, it was odd. Like after he had his burger, or his half of a burger, he just went inside, and that's where he was just about until we went out to do fireworks. Trying to get away from all the mutant bugs out there he claims he got eaten up by. I didn't get a single bug bite that night. And I didn't hear of anybody else getting any bug bites. Only a month away. Only a month away. Anverse, do you ever regret not completing school? Because... yeah, no, actually it's a whole month. That's a whole month away. One entire month. No, I will. I actually wanted to get started on the invites, but I technically don't even have time to do this. But again, didn't want the grapes to go bad. So, just had to. But as soon as I can, I will be getting started making them, setting them out. I actually really like making them. I really liked making the last ones that we did. I had fun making them. And, I might even send them out even earlier. Send them out even earlier so one can even reach you. all the way out down yonder. Inverse, what month is it? What month is it right now? January, February, March, April, May, July. March, April, May, July. Man, I'm telling you, Morty has been rubbing off on everybody here. All three of us, like 3 people here, have had Morty moments. Styx said preservatives when she meant preserves, as in jam. She called jam preservatives. Then I messaged my friend about something else, something that another friend of mine had told me. And I told him that, and I called the other friend that friend's name. And now this. Complaining how I could make the food better too. He's talking big on the last time someone brought up our the cook-off. Burger cook-off, just a burger cook-off. And I don't know if he's planning on pulling out some kind of Gordon Ramsay perfect burger kind of technique. I don't know what he's planning, but hey, we can only refer back to what he said about my burger, which that's what I imagine we'd be doing. Just simple patty, bun, burger. Why would you not be invited, Styx? You gonna come this time? Because we can only send out so many invites. Start wondering where they're going to. Think it was April. Well, even if it was late April, it'd still be a month and a few days. No, I would probably still think if it was April. I would probably still think it was April if I didn't have all these project deadlines reminding me that it is already May, and I need to get my butt working on doing the things I need to do so I can get them in and read the assignments beforehand to see how much time they're actually going to take, so I don't accidentally start something that I will later find out I needed another hour and 44 minutes to do. How many Caseys would it take to Casey a big Casey and a small Casey? Casey cased. That's what it'd be. Not Casey squared, Casey cased. There's your answer. I'm telling you, yeah. Oh yeah, Take the pen. I had one that was about there, you know, from beak to tail. About that, yeah. Big guy. I think I might want to check on that jam. Here it is. All cooled down. Gonna get some bowls for us. finally getting to it. It's no good place to do this. So first, the classic. Welch's. A very classic nostalgic scent. Can never go wrong with it. Okay, and now this stuff. Which probably still has some warmth to it in the middle. Oh. This stuff, I can tell, is a whole lot stickier. This is a whole lot stickier. Oh, there's my homework. Yeah, never mind. So anyway. Oh. What? This stuff is... Okay. Disregard all worries I had about this thing not being thick enough. See, I didn't want to risk it not being thick even after we cooled it. So, oh. This may be some of the most preservable preserves I have ever seen. There we are. Do your homework. I've already did it. Mostly. The rest of it I'll do tomorrow. Alright. So, here we have it. Welch's and my own Let's see it. Malta's first. Yep. This is probably the most jiggly jelly ever come across. Jiggles. It has buoyancy. This is has viscosity. Let's see it. Man, you're making me want tuna on wheat. Not now. Huh. Oh, man. Craving Shapiro's right now. I'm trying to formulate an idea of what this is like. I don't know if this is like anything. This is definitely closer to fruit leather. I think definitely reminded of fruit leather more than I am jam. Definitely not getting as much of the Peeps flavor as I did before. I think I sure added enough sugar. And then we got bits like these. These things, look at this. Skin. You know what? I said in the end we'll be making whatever we end up making, where it's gonna be something that is a fruit spread. I think I spoke too soon on that. I think this might be unspreadable. I mean, you could try, but it's very, very solid and sticky. I mean, just try Try spreading that. It's strange. I cannot compare this to anything. I cannot really compare this to anything except kind of fruit leather. Huh. Well, next time I make jam, I'm going to follow a recipe. I definitely am going to follow a recipe. I'm going to probably not add as much pectin, but nevertheless, this is not bad. It is most definitely the chewiest jam I've ever had. But yeah, no, that's good. It is still good. And look at that thickness. It definitely has a lot of body to it. Oh. It's my first time making jam. I know what to do. I know what I can do differently next time. But I'll definitely follow a recipe when I do. I will be trying this on on toast or a sandwich soon. But try some Welch's after trying that. Yep, zero similarity. Zero similarity. And I wasn't trying to recreate it. I knew they were going to be different. They are nothing alike. Yep. Partially because this is a jelly and that's a jam. Again, I've never seen grape jam before, and that might be the reason. That might be the reason why. Because you can't spread it. Yeah, never before this had I seen thick grape preserves. I may know why. It's always jelly is the best you can do with it, I guess. Well, I thought. I mean, all the times I've made cranberry sauce, right? Which I make cranberry sauce a lot. Cranberry sauce is an underrated, underappreciated, underutilized substance that for some reason people have the unfortunate notion that you can only eat it at certain times of the end of the year. Could not be farther from the truth. I will eat cranberry sauce any time of the year. I can go on and on about cranberry sauce for another hour, but I will refrain and tell you my point is that, I mean, I've made cranberry sauce so many times, I just kind of assumed, well, cranberry sauce with some pectin, basically. But no, there's a little bit more you need to know. A little bit more you need to know. Some of that I found out. Take the Pan Scent, the Elder Scrolls official cookbook. Actually, it doesn't look bad. Although, is that? What are these? Are these garlic cloves coming out of some lentils wrapped in bacon? That's what it looks like to me. Oh, I was gonna make a lentil soup. That's what I was gonna do. Spent all this time making jam. Now I'm gonna have to deprive myself of actual food. Yeah, but now I want what I was gonna have, which was lentil soup, clam pasta. Now you got me wanting a tuna on wheat. Or sardines, some anchovies on some garlic bread. Which I would make myself right this minute, right in a jiffy, if I had sardines or anchovies. And is it just our fortunate selves that we have a little guitar? And I do mean little guitar. Right here for the moment. Well, I'm glad to hear you're doing well, Toctonic. I'm well as well. Oh, did you dread the guitar? The one part of the Smasher stream you can't deny you like? Tonic life can be just waiting for one big apology from the man. That's what life can be. But are you gonna let life be that for you? You're gonna let that be your life? He's my biggest fan, Craft. Ever since the first burger stream, he's been there. And what's different? What's different about this chance, Mr. Tonic? I'll do you one better. I will do you all one better. If only life was like that. If only life worked in your favor like that, Tonic. Hearing from your lawyer, well, good luck to him on finding me. Yeah, I actually am going down, Tonic. I'm going down to your mother's house this weekend. Heard you be out on vacation. Man, Tonic, I might be waiting as long as you are. Might finally know what it is, what it's like to be in your shoes, man. Down to the river to... What? It actually was not that one. But I'm surprised you know about Down to the River to Pray. Are you fan of Brother Where Art Thou? No, this is... Old Time Religion. I don't think Down to the River would be in here, but love that one. When you come back next time, well, actually, when I go over to your mother's house this weekend, we'll be having a talk about your internet activity. So we'll see. Shame Key. As I went down to the river to pray down. Not good with keys. As I went down, as I went down. As I went down to the river to pray, wondering about that good old way, and wish I wear the starry crown. Good Lord, show me the way. Come on, brothers. Let's go down, don't you wanna go down? Come on, brothers, let's go down to the river to pray. As I went down to the river to pray, wondering about that good old way, and who shall wear the golden crown? Good Lord, show me the way. Oh, brothers and sisters, let's go down, don't you wanna go down? Come on, sisters, let's go down in the river to pray. It's E. It's key E. This is in B flat. Makes me It was good for Paul and Silas. It was good for Paul and Silas. It was good for Paul and Silas, and it's good enough for me. Not that I know of, my guy. I already played that one. Where's in the garden? In the garden. I come to the garden alone when the dew is still on the rose. I'd stay in the garden with him, though the night around me be falling. But he bids me go through the voice of war. His voice to me is calling, and he walks with me and he talks with me and he tells me I am his own, and the joy we share as we tarry there, none other has ever known. And the joy we share as we tarry there, none other has ever known. Exactly, Sticks. Talk too much? Well, that's why I'm singing for you. On a hill far away stood an old rugged cross, the emblem of suffering and shame. And I love that old cross, where the dearest and best for a world of lost sinners was slain. So cherish the old rugged cross, till my trophies at last I lay down. I will cling to the old rugged cross and exchange it someday for a crown. Oh, that old rugged cross, so despised by the world, has a wondrous attraction for me. For the dear Lamb of God left His glory above to bear it to dark Calvary. So cherish the old rugged cross, till my trophies at last I lay down. I will cling to the old rugged cross and exchange it someday for a crown. Okay, how about one more? Rehearsing this one for tomorrow. As I travel through this pilgrim land, there is a friend who walks with me, leads me safely through this sinking sand. It is the Christ of Calvary. a little more polishing, but it's good for now. Are these past Casey quotes, or is Casey somehow here and I'm not seeing him? Did Casey block me or something? Can't block me on my own stream. How's your shirt open? What you doing? You're off duty. We got stream guests over. Come on now. Now it's better. Well, and just like that, it is 11:12 p.m. I should not be awake at this time. I should have had dinner already. Instead, I have a belly partially full of grape jelly. Perfect way to end your Saturday night, ain't it? Hell, you know what they say about that, Sticks. You sure know what they say about that. Go to bed, I wish. I wish. Still didn't have things to do before I could do that. But with that, sparing me some more time for all of that, I'll be off. I'll be off doing what I need to do. And if you all have anything, any unaccomplished tasks, now is the time. Now is the time, because now is the time for this to end. My work to be done. Thank you all for watching, bearing with me as I'm bearing through the process of jam making. Will we do this again? I couldn't see myself doing this again, but it ain't out of the question. It ain't out of the question. What am I streaming next? Well, actually, could be any time past Tuesday. I'm not sure, but a little bit of excitement in the unpredictability. I think we can all agree upon that. At least in my situation here. My free time is going to be expanding like a blooming flower after Tuesday. That's the last thing I gotta do. And I can only hope and pray that I do it well. But other than that, you all have the best of nights. Sticks, Take the Pen, Giant Buns, Inverse Casey, Doc Tonic, all the other Harambe's. That's all of everyone's messages who's shows up in the chat. The only people I can see for that mile. But with that, best of nights, best of mornings. Get up bright and early tomorrow. Go where you need to go. Make the most of it. If you got finals, then stop watching this. This is the last live stream, okay, buddy? Last live stream for the night and for the weekend. So do as I say and as I do, because I'm going to go do what applies. including ending this. But until then, as always, don't follow too close, keep the faith, and don't take any wooden nickels.